Hello, it's me, Poison. And we're gonna get ready for Valentine's together. So, I currently have 2 models for Valentine's, and this will be a 3rd model for Valentine's. We gotta get the full spectrum. Vampire, femboy, and bunny girl. You know, the standard 3. Hello, Silver Sun. No, I do love what I mentioned in that comment section earlier. It's like, hi, it's me, Poison. I'm your algorithmic punishment for that gay thing you did earlier. You did something really gay, and that's why I'm here. Because I'm not like the lukewarm gay that you get exposed to first. I'm like, you have to be at least a level 5 gay. Don't get me wrong, there's people of all orientations that have liked my content in the past, but I would say my target audience is the girls and the gays. Like, if you like my content, you're welcome here. But no, and I love the meme of Megami holding up the protect queer arts sign because it is so funny that that was her talent show. Like, if it was meant as a joke, like I see the process. My talent is holding up a piece of paper. But I think it was meant to be serious. But it's a funny joke. Also, I love these lips. But yeah, earlier today I started on a model. Oh, I'm doing good. How are you doing? Let's see. An okay grammatically correct response. No, I remember when I first learned that I'm doing well was actually the grammatically correct way, that you shouldn't say I'm doing good. But I like good better. The colors are so harsh on the stream, but they're not that harsh here. Like, if I zoom in, you can kind of see it better. Like, this is the actual shade that it is, but stream only has can only stream in so many like pixels that it's just choosing the reddest part of each of those. But I also know that the past few times I've exported the model on export and we import to Unity, the makeup has become very muted, so I might try this more heavy-handed approach and see how that goes. One of the things I wanted to do with this model, go to the picture mode. I wanted to try and do something with like exaggerated proportions, like almost on a cartoonish level. So like snatched waist, blessed in the chest. And so we're redoing the bunny model in that kind of image. And then for Easter, we'll do the bunny model again, but sluttier. I'm gonna move to this side. I'm gonna make me bigger because, yeah. But yeah, I figured before stream, I was just kind of working on prep for Valentine's. And I was like, you know what? It's the stream before Valentine's. So let's just do that because I wasn't sure what I was gonna stream anyways. I was like, I could stream games, but right now a lot of the games that I play are in a streaming lull. And what I mean by that is like they don't have the highest audiences right now because a lot of them are like post major patch. I'm also trying to figure out what game I want to play for Valentine. Because I do want to play something that is... Hello, Epic! I hope you're doing well. But yeah, we're going to be working on this model. I figured out how to do like different proportions here. And when I was making the one of my models, a friend commented on how it kind of looked like the drag queen or cosplayer breastplate thing. And I was like, ooh, I could use the same thing, but then use it for exaggerated proportions. So I was like, let's see how that works out. It doesn't mean I'm gonna have to do another custom normal map, but I've gotten a little bit better at it, so I don't think that'll be too big of an issue. And in case anyone missed it, I'm doing exaggerated like colors here on the makeup because the past few exports, my face has turned like very one tone. This model will also have special effects on its makeup. And jiggle physics. And these jiggle physics are going to be fun because everything about this model specifically is supposed to be exaggerated. The proportions, which does fit into the role of this model, which this model has a full fleshed out backstory of like, so the original like premise of like my channel and like my VTuber persona was basically a scientist person who's part of experimentations, got fused with a plant similar to poison ivy, but is able to create new creatures, like new VTuber models, by combining them with various plants. And this model was supposed to be basically a adult dancer whose DNA got fused with a carnivorous plant, because both of those use vibrant colors and like attraction to get their prey. That makes adult dancers sound like predators. No, but like it's yeah, premise of money for that one. But like yeah, so I figured, and then so her sweat and like bodily fluids actually can digest and break down by like biomaterial. There's a better way to say that. It's like I guess carbon-based life form. There's a specific word for things that are made of carbon that are like living creatures, but I can't think of it. But yeah. This chess is about like double or actually I'd say this is almost a size Z, which I had a friend in high school who was a size Z, and it's actually miserable. So many back problems, and she was just in high school. I think she ended up getting a reduction at some point. Which for some reason, for most people still, I think some insurance companies might cover it, but it's considered a cosmetic surgery, even though it's literally destroying their back. And so I think it should not be considered an elective cosmetic surgery. In other words, the insurance company won't pay for it. I want to do something different with the makeup here. I was looking up like inspo pictures. My problem with these is that from a distance, the red hearts look like pimples, especially on a VTuber model, because I've tried them before. I think this one is interesting, but my issue is the fact I don't know how well it will read. I have thought about something like this, because I think this is very like cool, or just doing something that's more along the lines of like this with the how this is shaded. But I do think that I like the darker black here, because I do like a smoky eye. We're gonna zoom in really close, because if I have it partially zoomed in, the YouTube's algorithm might get mad at me. I would say that doing the makeup is probably one of my favorite parts of these. I also, so one of my models, I did a heart for the lip, and I like it, but again, it's one of those choices that's such a fine detail choice that it doesn't really read from a distance. Do another new layer. I'm gonna switch. I just want to see what a pink, uh, like eyeshadow here would look like if I did it. We need it to be warmer than that. So I used this red. So probably just needs to be more saturated. Hey, yeah, it is Mardi Gras, and if you, ooh, I should do a Mardi Gras model. The like the wings. Oh, I do have wings, but they're not very Mardi Gras coated. But I could maybe reskin them to make it so. If I do a Mardi Gras VTuber model, I will have to find some M-rated game to stream on Twitch, because Twitch is more lenient to you as a streamer if you're streaming a game that's higher rated. A lot of the times VTubers get in trouble because what they're doing is they're using a model that's very revealing, but then playing a game that's like meant for children. I mean, like young children. uh, which I could see that being an issue of a stream being on platform rated for like everyone, but then having something that would definitely not be allowed in the video game. So if I made a model like that, I would want to find something that's in the higher rated category. Or I could just put it on, we could do like a just chatting segment and put it at beaches. I know red and pink are like the stereotypical um, colors for Valentine, but they are a little bit hard to mix in my opinion. Oh, that doesn't look too bad. But I think it's because I really like hot pink. This. I like to have it very blurred out because when I do it very blurred out, it gives it that makeup texture. Because like if I was doing this makeup in real life, I would obviously be using powdered like eyeshadow. So like it's gonna have that very kind of like not solid color edge. I actually do kind of love that. It's very subtle, but you can tell the difference. Okay. I just have to say, I love the culture that's formed behind that game. It was so out of left field, and to see that's maintained popularity brings me joy. I played it for just a little bit, but I didn't stick with it, partially because like I tend to be a PC only client kind of gamer, or like very rarely, but sometimes console. I want to refine this. I think by refining that, that means that I have to go up here. Refine this edge too. Makeups. Okay, makeup on a topographical map is so hard. So in case you weren't, if you didn't know this, each one of these squares is actually the same size on the model. But because the surface is curved, in order to have like a flat thing to work here, they have to make all the squares different like sizes. So this square is the same size as this square as far as like coverage space. I think this actually comes up too high. I need to figure out what this is on. It's on this one. I want to do some highlight. Yeah. There's a drag queen that I really like. Her name is Pheromone, and she does like a heavy amount of highlighter, and I really like it. So I want to do a model that has a heavy amount of highlighter at some point.
Careful, that's some sharp eyeliner. You could puncture the hull of an Empire-class Fire Nation battleship, leaving thousands to drown at sea. Cause it's so sharp.
And this is the model that I tend to experiment the most. Same. And also thank you, Raz, for that redeem. I just realized I have the wrong headphones on. When I'm doing art, because I can't listen to music, it's easy for me to accidentally put on the wrong headset because neither one of them have any volume coming through them.
Streamer punishment.
Oh, once again, thank you. My headphones actually doesn't have audio in them. Oh no, now I don't have eyebrows. Don't tell me someone unplugged my headset because that messes up my audio. No, they're plugged in. Unplug. Oop, replug in. Where are you, audio? Why can't I find you? Where have you gone away? There we go. I fixed it. Also, the only thing I can think of now when I see the Super Soaker is that I think it's like that, it's a rap song that has that in the lyric. It's a blah, da, da, blah, that's Super Soaker. Not the actual lyrics, obviously. I don't remember the lyrics. I just remember the Super Soaker part. Let's clean up the bottom lash. It's on one of these layers. This one. Also, okay, this hasn't happened anywhere except Reddit, but I do need some people to understand that saying not to be rude or no offense actually does not forgive the next statement you're going to make. Believe it or not, whatever you're going to say after is actually maybe even more rude now. Because what you're saying is you mean it genuinely when you say that. So maybe just say it. Let's not pretend to be kind here. Because what you're saying is you understand what you're about to say is not the kind thing to say, or not what you should say to a stranger, but you're going to say it anyways, which makes you a. Oh, I had lost my earbuds. This is now towards what Titanic is saying, but I had lost my earbuds and I couldn't, for the life of me, I only found like one of the earbuds and I'm like, where did I put the other earbud? And so I go weeks looking for, like passively looking for the other earbud. It turns out the reason why I couldn't find the other earbud is because I would look for one, set it down, look for the other one, find it, forget that I found the other one. I'm dyslexic. I can't remember if I found the left or right one. And it turns out I kept on finding the left one and I kept on finding the right one. And because I kept on just setting them down, I didn't figure out that I found both of them. I just needed to put them together. I realized that like last weekend. It's like, wait, no, I actually do know where my headphones are because I was putting them in the box and it's like, wait, I have found the other one before and I went and I found it on like my desk. So they were lost, but not truly lost. No, I agree though. I do love wired headsets for that, but it's hard to clean while with wireless in. I go back and forth of whether I like having an under eye or not. Where's the other one? I have another eyeliner somewhere. Oh, I think it's coming from this. Where are you? Eyeliner. There it is. Yeah, it's coming from this. I just want to tighten it up a bit. Same. I don't know what brand mine are, and they're not near me to see. I know I can't be trusted with the AirPods, though. Also, this might be a controversial opinion when it comes to AirPods. I think they fall out of your ear too easily. I've always felt that about Apple headphones. Maybe I just have weird shaped ears, but they always just fall out of my ears. And then one thing that I am heavily debating is adding like a heart to one cheek. I don't do a lot of things asymmetrically though. I tend to not like asymmetry. But doing like one of those things where it's like a blank spot in the makeup. Hearts are also one of those shapes that I feel like, no, yeah, that's what I use for streaming is over the, when I'm using my computer, just in general, I use over the ear ones. Also, as a fun side note, um, whenever you have earbuds actually in at night, if you've ever noticed like a white crust, that's bacteria. And that's because sleeping with in ears is actually not technically something you should do. Like you'd typically be fine from it, but it does. That's what that growth is. And it dries out your skin. But it is easier sometimes to sleep with those. But yeah, so I was thinking about doing a heart on the cheek. I don't know if I like having a heart there. You know what I mean? I think I like it more without, but it might. It's funny, I say I don't like asymmetry, and I was like, wait, that's kind of a lie because my hair is very asymmetrical with the bangs. I don't like asymmetry most of the times, except for hair. Put a qualifier in there. I've seen some people do this with their eyes too, and I debate if it might be something I'm interested in. Oh, that's not gonna work. I was gonna say like do a white under eye. But I don't think I would have to redo my eyelash for that, and I don't think I'm gonna do that. One thing I like to do to see if I like the eyes is to close my eyes. And if I like how my eyes look shut, then I'm like, it's good. I do think I should shorten my eyelashes a little bit. Where's the lashes? Scornful look, droopy, lower lash tip. Move lid. Do slant eye position. Yeah, I like that. Now, the real question we have to ask the class, do we think that this is the right lip? Or do we think we should do something different? Because I did a different lip on the boy model, and I did kind of like how it turned out. I'm gonna delete all these layers. So I'm gonna do something different. And having all of these lists of layers, although I like having them, if I'm gonna do something new, I want to start fully from almost scratch. Because my original bunny makeup is with a heart lip. Uh, I want to stay within the confounds of this. Because this is the proper lip size. New layer. Zoom out. I want it to be more than that. That's about right. Don't think I think it was nice for when I didn't have many different lips during this lip, but my current lips are much better than this. I could also do what I call Princess Peach makeup. And what I mean by that is no lip liner. And then B, we come in, we make the lips super tight. Because Princess Peach does that thing where like she only puts lipstick in the very center of her mouth. I do like this. I think this kind of eats. Inside of mouth. For one of my models, the inside of the mouth uh, uses puts a heart on the tongue. I think it is the bunny also that does that. But in order to see this, we're going to need to open the mouth before you do anything, probably. Just so that way we can see. Expression, neutral, O. Now, my mouth opens wider than this, but opening it too wide on this program will cause issues. I do think this tongue in vroid does look a little jaundiced, which causes your skin to turn like a greenish yellow. Okay, do this. I can't turn this to the side. But on the bright side, I have a draw pad, so I can just turn my draw pad to the side. It's not calibrated to be held this way. Smaller. You know what doing this style of tongue, though, does remind me of? It's very puppet, because a lot of puppets have a heart tongue. Just gonna start with making it this white, because it's gonna be easier to see on the inside. Maybe we just make it like a small heart. Let me zoom in. That will make drawing it a lot easier. Just do like a small heart like that. Because I can always remove the heart later. I'm a surgeon now. But I can always remove the heart in a like later steps because this is a texture detail. And textures are kind of easy to exchange. But I guess I can also add the heart in later steps. But I can't add the heart, but that would be a lie. Another thing I want to do is in a previous model, I did this, and I kind of want to do it again. I want to make the back top of this a lot darker. Um, okay. Into the mouth. Oh, it won't let me go in. I was trying to clip through the head so I could like see inside the mouth easier. There we go. Yeah. A new perspective on life. Okay. I want to choose like right here. There we go. And I think for the tongue, I want a deeper red. Oh, that's Cantarella's. This is the base for Cantarella's tongue. Erase. Now let's make it more red. To defeat the Huns. Okay, and then this next part is for my own sanity. This is for a later step that I might do, that I can't do unless I separate these textures out. There we go. I could get that zoomed in look again. I would love to eventually, at least, add some kind of like tooth shading in here. It is very difficult to tell where to shade. For now, I don't think we will. I do think I want to make the fangs longer, though. Because I really have to open my mouth wide to be able to see them. Why is the sun green? Here it is. Vampire teeth. Not lower. I just want them to be more visible. Next, this is a transition from the one material to another, so it's a little difficult. And I'd likely try to hide this with a necklace. I don't think that's going to work in this case.
You looked at me first.
Same. Why am I not seeing anything? Oh, it's because it's a hidden layer. That would explain it. New layer. Just because that's going to be easier than what I was doing. And undo, 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 undo. Mirror. Like that. Blend tool. Main annoying thing about when I have, like, say, a breastplate or some other body augment on is I have to go between this and the clothing part, which is a bit annoying. New layer. I'm going to switch this layer to soft light mode. I just want to add some soft light here and there. There. The arms. I think the arms are fine. Something could be done to improve them, but I think they're okay right now. Plus, who knows how often I'll use this model. I know one day, Valentine's. But it's one of 3. My classic bunny model I do use a little bit more frequently. But this one I don't think is going to get as much use as that one. Outfit. Edit. I need to bring the stockings down further. I think just on that ankle part right here. This is going to have to be pretty exact, it looks like, if I don't want to have any clipping issues. I think that's on the shoe. Nope, it's not on the shoe. Not on this. Where is the dot? There is a dot right there. It's not on this layer. Okay, it is the shoe. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm gonna do this a little bit better. I might just go with a solid black for this part. By black, I mean dark blue. Because I don't know if this needs the heart on it. Okay, here. So if I do it like this, then I can get rid of this. I did think about doing the like the heels that go clack, the clickety clack heels. I don't know how it will render though in like animations. But basically it would be like, where is my heel thickness? Something like this. But in order to do this properly, what I would need to do is double this and then erase the heel part on this one. And then go to this one, erase the shoe part on this one. And then I will take this part of the heel and I'm going to use like a very pale color. And then I can make it clear because I could turn them to additive. It really makes my legs even longer, and I already have really long legs. But I've been seeing these heels a lot on Drag Race, and I do love them. And what are we if not the virtual version of a drag queen? I will say my VTuber art style, as well as just like my art in general, is very drag queen coded, but it's probably because I watch a lot of drag queens do makeup. And I do enjoy it. Like Drag Race. Though the numbers of times where I've done full like that, I can count on one hand. Okay, go to body, go to this part. One of these I've accidentally gone overlapping. Here it is. Probably. Erase. Mirror. Oh wait, that's the skin mask. Okay. Hand is now fully there. I will go ahead, however, go to this top piece. Because we have a lot of this now under a skin mask, I mean, like under the top part of the plate, I can go ahead and cover up a lot of this with a skin mask. Just to make it a little bit easier on myself. On the clipping front. I think we're good. Okay. This is also going to be turned into fishnets. I found out it was easier to do fishnets using normal maps than it is to do it this way. I'm not going to worry too much about the back on this model, because I'm mostly probably going to show this model from this angle. I don't foresee me having them turn around often. Is there like a problem right there? A little bit. Wait, that's what I want to do. Black. I just want to take the very edge of this. That should fix, yeah, that fixed it. There we go. Now I have to figure out what I want to do for the arms. I could just do like the gloves. I don't know if the gloves fit. Well, like they obviously fit, but like I don't know if it's too basic or not. I also feel like I need something to add to the silhouette up top. I did think about doing something like more like this. Thank you. I'm working on what I want to do with the arms, and I'm thinking I might want to do like a jeweled sleeve. For some reason. Google is being annoying. Somehow a control key's being held down, it looks like. There it goes. I guess I like control locked or something. But thinking of something along the lines of this, not exactly this, but I'm not seeing a good example of what I'm thinking. It's like a mixture between what I have going on here with the vines and that jeweled sleeve. Because I think I'd like that. I know I've done something similar on a model before. File, open, bodysuit, new layer. Okay. So I'm just gonna do this as red, but it might not stay red. Move this layer to be below it. Yeah, I've seen it in some animes where like the character has a couple of rings that switch into like a jewel thing. I could also do something I've been wanting to do again, which was like rune marks on the body. So I had this one model that kind of had like this fey tattoo effect. I definitely feel like I need something on this arm. Okay, first off, it's gonna need to go around the fingers. Ah, crap, I wasn't mirroring. Yay! I also have, well, I don't have payday today. I believe I should have payday by tomorrow. But that's also why I'm trying to figure out if there's a specific game I want to try to play that like has a loose Valentine's theme, either vampire-ish or like I know a game that so a tabletop RPG that they've had video games before, but they made a new video game that's very close to the tabletop RPG, and I thought about giving it a try. But my favorite class of vampire that they had, which is like the pretty vampires, they made them like DLC, and that's part of the backlash that they got for their release was like having core character classes like locked behind DLC. And they may have fixed that now, but I don't necessarily love supporting a company that thought that was an okay idea to take a core class and be like, yeah, paywall. That's a hole in the skin mask. Uh, Vampire Masquerade. That's, you know what? I was trying to think of the name of it, and I couldn't. But for the first time ever, I was asked a question, and it caused me to think of the name. And you got it right. There's a slight delay. But yes, Vampire the Masquerade. Love the RPG, the tabletop RPG. I got to play it when I was running a very, 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 very large board game club at my university. That information could 1000% dox me, but I highly doubt anyone from my university watches my streams. Not Brown. But yeah, it's a very fun. I've done this once before on a model, and I said I wanted to do it again, but I never ended up doing it again. First, I have to take the hand and make these lines on it, otherwise it won't work right. So I need to make sure all of these line up. I need these to be further separated. I'm just gonna use this one altogether. These are guidelines that I'm drawing right now, so they're not super important. Oop. I think this would be a cool feature. Scroll with a gun, same. But yeah, I've not really met too many people who've played the tabletop game, but yeah, it is a semi-successful board game. And I thought about maybe getting that, but once again, I don't like how the company decided to monetize the board game, and the backlash was so intense from that monetization that they tried to do that I don't know like how the game launch went, but apparently not that well. I don't know who told them that that was a good idea, but they lied. I think this might be too intense. This is some pretty intense like jewelry that doesn't necessarily match the vibe. Yeah, I do love some of the one thing for podcast wise or entertainer wise. I actually really like the RP heavy stories. Like if I'm playing the board game myself, like in a like room with just friends, I tend to lean more on the system heavy sides, like combat, rolling and stuff. But if I were to do like say something for content, or if I'm consuming content, 1000% I prefer to like watch slash participate. I like prefer to watch the like RP heavy tabletop games. But it's just hard to find people who are gonna take it that seriously at like a casual table. Or even if you search for them online, like on Roll20, it's still very rare to find people who actually commit to the role play. And nothing feels worse than being the only person in the group committing to the role play. It's like we all agreed that we're gonna show. It's like showing up to a costume party and being the only one wearing a costume. Like that's exactly what it feels like. I think doing the runic tattoo thing might be the better idea. And in that case, I don't need to be as exact. Let's go to my fancy brushes and see if I find a good one. Oh, nice. I I do find it funny how like where Arknights I criticize because they cover the eyes because of how much emotion you show with the eyes. The last caretaker, reverse of that note, only has the eyes, which is the most important part of the face, if you ask me. Because, like, unless you're gonna have full mouth tracking like this and blah 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 blah. Yeah, so people haven't okay, so I'm a queer artist and I make art for my queer folk, the girls, the gays, and anyone else who appreciates it. And people are very like confused as to why one of the models I made is getting downvoted, and the answer is because it's queer art. That's 100% full stop, that's the answer. Like I make content knowing that it won't be popular for certain heterosexual people. And I'm not concerned with it because they're not my target audience. The entire world is made for them. This one artist is for the girls and the gays. Like just scroll two posts down. I swear you'll find an infinite number of people doing heteronormative art. Like endless amounts of people. Sometimes I feel like when people complain about the oversaturation of a market, I'm like, as a queer person, I've never really felt that way. Like even in VTubing, a lot of people who discover me like have never seen a VTuber before, and it's because a lot of VTubing isn't made for a queer audience. There are queer. I'm not the only queer content creator, but a lot of the content does appeal to a heteronormative crowd. Which honestly, I think is a better way. If you're fine with not having mass appeal, I feel like your audience is going to be more dedicated to you. Because one thing is to say about both women and also queer audiences is they do tend to be the ones who stick around the most. One of the reasons why a lot of the times the LGBT gets to decide which pop star becomes popular is because we're the ones who are the diehard fans. We're the ones going to the venue and buying the merch. It's like what almost every economic study has shown that women drive the economy. Yeah, it's so weird. Every economic study out there shows that when it comes to like the merchandise level of spending, um, it shows that women drive the economy, yet almost everything is catered to men. It's so weird to me. What do you mean? You're going to take one of the largest demographics known for spending money at this level, and you're going to focus all your stuff to the men? Like what? You're not gonna you're not gonna focus on the demographic that's actually gonna support you? It's weird to me, but somehow they've made sense in their own mind. Oh hey, like I'm not even saying that like there should be more artists like me. I mean, I enjoyed the lack of competition. But I will say I just find it so silly. You're going when people comment on the one queer artist they've seen probably today, and I'm like, ugh, this one thing wasn't made for me. And I'm like, I guarantee 99% of what you've seen on the internet was catered specifically towards your interests. I was a shot in the dark for your For You page, and it missed. You cannot hold me responsible for that. I forgot that I had this heart chain. Oh, I guess if I use the heart chain, if I use the heart chain, then this idea will work. Because it will de-intensify the style of this. I mean, honestly, but I think more people enjoy the the monster thing than are willing to admit it. Especially the hetero crowd. A lot of the like queer crowd will admit that we like monster. We're already used to liking something that other people disagree with. But the heteronormative crowd, they like it, but they like it behind closed doors. Just like a lot of them with drag. They mad because we're living the truth that they want to, but without shame. Yeah, I had a friend who didn't have an Amazon account, but they wanted to read some of the monster romance novels on Amazon, so I let them use mine. Because that's the kind of friend I am. Oh, nice. I did a coloring book that way. I put it on ichi.io, which can be used for other things other than just games. It was like it's on there for free, but it was one of my Halloween specials I did for like a holiday thing. And then I need to probably expand this a bit more. This. Just because it needed something on the outside of the arms. Okay, I have read quite a bit of manga, and when I was younger, I read age-appropriate manga. And now that I'm older, I read age-appropriate manga. A phrase that means two different things once you pass the age of 18. Yeah. Uh, I think I have my eye blinking like linked, and I just winked with the eye that wasn't covered. Winking just looks like blinking if one of your eyes is covered. We know that now. Okay. I'm gonna use this one. When I do jewelry, I like to put it all on the same layer because it's all gonna have a jeweled effect to it. I don't think I need the choker. I don't know if the choker will add what I want it to. I could do something like this and it would hide the transition. I just need to do it full jewel moment. You know, there's like that necklace that has several rings that go down the neck. Popularized by drag queens. But similar to the one that I have here, but it's like, it'll have tiers to it. I can't have it go all the way down there. We could do like this and use that same heart chain. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Doing something like this. There should be a softened collarbone. There we go. Okay. The chains replaced with the heart thing, the necklace, heart thing. These are going to be solid bands. Okay. Export. I figured it out. It took me a hot second. Every day I open my Finder and it goes to gallery. I thank God when it's not a reference image. Because reference images are sometimes, for example, today I looked up push-up bras because I wanted to know how to do the shading correctly. And so we have to thank God that it was not that search result. Instaban. Do not pass go. Do not collect 1,000 subscribers. Okay. Let's go, everybody. Do. Now, this will probably look perfect just because of the fact of the way that it's gonna fall on these like lines. We need this to be smaller, like that. So what I probably want to do is actually make these colors red and blue. Did your reference image come up on stream or something? I did. I do have like this one chest of a shirtless guy that can often be seen on my desktop. Uh, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't regret that search, but if it was on stream, I would. That's something you Google in your free time. That's at home learning. So yeah, I want one color to be blue and one color to be red, and this is for skin masking purposes. If it will let me do that. There we go. And this way I'll be able to have the outside of the chain be something different from the inside. It is very important that the ends here line up with where they start. Do. There we go. And now we want to do a bigger one with these. Probably even bigger than that. It's fine if the end is messed up a little bit. That one was all kinds of crunched. Why is that getting so crunchy? There we go. Okay, and now the necklace part. noting that this red and blue is not what the hearts are actually going to look like. Hide this. Hide this. Oh, wait, no, we're not done yet. Another new layer. Reveal this. And over here. And I want to steal the... I want to use the blue here. And I'm just gonna... Whoop. Take this. Grab selection tool. I just use the spray paint. Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. Fill this up with the blue. Go. Whoops. Get back up to this. Blue. And then come back out. Go all the way down. This selection. And then I want to zoom in here. And replace this all with blue. There we go. And then I'm gonna copy and paste both sides of this. And I want to make sure I grab one pink heart side and one blue heart. Select all of this. Grab this. That's weird. Select, select. There we go. Flip. Be confused. What happened here? Oh, I know what happened. I was still selected on that one thing, so this stuff didn't copy over. Only the rings would have copied over. Then we gotta do that step again because unintended. Select the entire thing. Flip. Hit OK. Hide this. Hide this. File. Save. harder. Drag my finder window to the other window when I click home. Hide this. Yeah, that's a bit better. Noting that the blue stuff is not the color it's going to be. That's going to be changed to a metal. I don't know why I'm using my mouse to draw that. I just stopped using my draw pad out of nowhere. For small straight lines, though, sometimes using the mouse is easier. Okay. I can also clean up some of these spots. Some of these minor issues won't be super noticeable. Like doing there's just straight lines there instead of having the chain. Main thing is that it looks good from a distance, and it does. Now, here's the thing I'm going to do, and it's a waste of polygons, kind of, but I'm actually going to duplicate this. And on the second one, I'm going to take the bodysuit one, and I'm going to expand it a little bit further. And that's for a mystery mouse tool that will help us later. It's so in case we decide to like do something different, like say like add a clear layer underneath that, I can. My legs might be a little long, but I have really long legs, and that's okay. I think this is ready. Because we're going to do something different with this heart. It's going to be probably made out of glitter. Let's do a run through for any like materials that are still here that need to be erased or refined. Okay. I think it's good to go. There's some things that might need to be changed, but I'll have to watch it after this stream. Oh, I looked down and I looked back up. What the f is this? What happened to these hearts? I must have accidentally flicked the wrist. Erase. There's a few of these that are kind of messed up. I think it's if I slowed down with it, it messed up the brush stroke. That's fine. It still saved me a bunch of time. Like the amount of time I saved is still better than same. It'll also this is gonna look way different after it goes through Unity. Because I'm basically putting out a mask for a shader that's gonna go on the model. So like the hearts are gonna be a clear crystal. And then the chain, I think I might go with silver. We'll have to see what color looks best. And also, it's only a few of the hearts that got messed up. A majority of them are fine, and I don't think I'm even going to worry about the smaller ones over here. They'll just look like beads anyways. Yeah, that's good. I just happened to zoom in on two of the most effed up ones. It's like, let me fix that. I'm glad I saw that before I exported, though. I might want to... This is making my eyes look a little lopsided, so I need to carve it down on the end a little bit. This, because it's going way far up, I need to carve out the centerpiece because it makes my brow bone look huge. Edit. Again, reminding myself I have a draw pad for a reason. Gonna have to erase that. Come down to this. Erase. It also might just be that my eyebrows need to come down a little bit. But I'm not going to do that. Do you want to know why I'm not going to do that? Is because my models adjust to my face. So if I put my eyebrows up here, which is where they're at now, they end up here. And I'm like opening and closing my eyes. If I move them down, they end up here. Because, especially because I squint a lot, I might need glasses. But that's a discussion for me and my optometrist if I ever use one. Uh, do, 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 do. I need to figure out what layer that is on. There's like a little shadow there. This one. And then there's another one. Okay, this edge. That's looking right. Okay. This is better. Still want to be extra precise when it comes to this. So, I think this actually might be on this layer. It's not, right? It was. I do want this, but I don't want the other one. The wing is just a little chonky. I'm gonna come down to this layer. Take this. I'm gonna use this as a very bright pink. Just gonna basically use this baby doll pink to widen the inner part of my eye. Rebalancing out the eye shape altogether. Like that. No, one of the other things I thought was kind of funny was like a person didn't like the face of my model, and I'm like, yeah, it's heavy makeup. In almost every survey that has been amongst straight people, people who are interested in the straightness, has shown that straight guys do not actually like bold and like big makeup. That most men actually find it not attractive, which I find is all the more reason to do it. Because we don't need that kind of like influence in our life. Now there are straight people who do like big makeup, but those people, that's a green flag. That's an ally. That's an ally with a vocal fry. That makeup looks a lot better. It was just so bold, big up here and so thin on the inside that is making my eye look a little bit wild. Let's see. Close. I'm gonna take the back of this and just clean up that back. Make sure that this isn't showing. And then we'll be good to export. I'm gonna change this from black ribbon, but I'll just do that in Unity. Because this stays pretty solid. Do this. Inner top. I don't know if that's this or the other. Okay. I do know that like from certain angles, I'm not going to be able to do anything about it. But with the specific one, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a black marker pretty much and just fill this in with that same color. Which I'll do sometimes for skin tight outfits, is I'll make the skin underneath it, like at least at the edge, the same color. It just helps blend in the transition. Especially if it's like a black. Let's start saving. Outfit. Edit. Start editing. And then I'm going to go up to the skin mask on this top one. Switch this to white. And because I made that stuff the same color as this outfit, I can do this. Do want to still make sure I have this part. Inner top. I need a layer that's not multiply or stuff like. Turn this. Why you're being annoying. Zoom, enhance, image. Okay. I'm just gonna accept that little bit. Same. Okay, there are still problems, but this is the back of the model, and I think it's fine. Whatever is there is acceptable. Likely. It's likely acceptable. I say that as I go to like just... What is that blue dot? I figured out what the blue dot was. It's on the necklace. Yep, right there. Erase. And then go down to this one. Erase. There we go. Now we can export. When it comes to gore specifically, I have to watch, basically it needs to be something that's along the lines of like witchcraft, because for some reason witchcraft gore I don't mind. Like if the witch is doing the gore, fully don't mind it. But like slasher film stuff, like I'm like, nah, I'm good. Especially because like I kind of like the motive to make sense. Summoning Satan requiring like all of this different kind of murder stuff 100% makes sense. Your teacher giving you a bad grade on like an English test is why you became a mass murderer does not make sense to me. I get summoning Satan, but revenge for a bad grade? But you know what I mean? Like sometimes the motivation is, and then they didn't say yes when I asked them out. And I'm like, oh my God. Like I saw an episode one I saw like a snippet of a show that showed someone who had a drug problem, and then they were getting tortured because of said drug problem. And I'm like, that's just gonna make them turn even harder to drugs if they didn't die in it. But like if they survived that, they were just gonna do way more drugs. Because oftentimes addiction comes from like trauma, it's like bad coping mechanisms. They just made those coping mechanisms way worse. 100%. Also, um, the fact that to get through AAA, they force you to believe in a higher power, or else you won't be able to like get out of it. I only know this from friends. I've actually never been there. But like, so this is third party information. I find is very cultish behavior and makes it so strange that it can be court mandated. What do you mean this can be court mandated? You're basically saying by court, I have to have a religion. Yeah, no, I have to tell like family members, it's like I love that for you, and I'm so glad that you get something out of this. I just want you to know the only thing I'm getting out of it is listening to you. Like, this is actually not helping me at all. But I'm glad you're getting to vent something. Because you very apparently needed to say something, and this does not have anything to do with me. But I'm glad you got to say something. It's like, yeah, it's like I'm like, even for me, even in like a uh coping mechanism kind of way of like you need to make reason of the world. I'm like, I still think that uh using divine intervention is a cop out to actually learning about your feelings. Like, yeah, if I'm just gonna say pray on it, I can solve all my problems. But something tells me even if your God does exist, that's not exactly gonna be the growth he wants to see from you. The growth he wants to see from you is not him fixing your stuff with a miracle. It's more than likely improving as a person. Like, just if we use logic here, I don't think that's gonna make anyone happy. It seems like you're just using this as an excuse to like not have blame on yourself. And I don't think there's any deity out there that like wants that as the final product of worship. A lot of them are pretty big on that growth thing. I know we said we're ready for export, but I don't want my model to look like AI art. And some of these hearts are giving very much AI art. Because there's no such thing as bad art unless it's AI. Then there's sometimes bad things like it. Because it's not being made by a human, I'm not worried about what, so it can't be an artistic choice to like have something drawn incorrectly. Like everything about my model I can claim as an artistic choice. But if there's no artist, there's no artistic choice. I'm fine with this conjumbled mess because like it will just look like one gem from a distance because it's on a curve space. So even if I clean that up, it's not going to look right. But the centerpiece I could make look like something. Okay, that's just underneath. Okay. Escape. Close. Now we can export. Same. Hey, listen. As a programmer, when I first learned of AI art, I was thinking that's kind of neat because I was thinking the training data was consensual and thoughtfully built. Because if that was the case, it's a neat technology, still not art if you use it, because like the art was making the training data, not the end process. But um, that being said, like when I found out that it was web scrapers, I was like, oh, that's disappointing. We could have done something cool. But instead, you decided to steal from some of the most vulnerable people. So, what? I mean, also, this is just coming from a me perspective and seeing the byproducts of it. Outside of like realism and semi-realism, it's not probably going to do a really good job at that. And the people using it for animation is like, sure, in terms of animation, as long as you're doing like a slice of life thing, it might eventually work out. However, anything fantasy, magic powers, or like Crouching Tiger style fight scenes, it's not going to work because it has no reference for that because that stuff doesn't exist outside of the specific universes. And it needs a shit ton of references. That's why I'm like, if you are really in support of that, enjoy if it was going to take dominance, which we now know it's a bubble and it's going to pop because there's no way to support all the data centers. If the data centers can't even pay their own power bill, uh, they're not going to be supporting the economy. It's like saying the person who can't afford rent in your place is going to be able to, like, support the apartment, but they also don't want to clean and they also don't want to, like, yeah. Export. Because even the people were saying, like, oh, but the Meta one made money. It's like, no, it made stock. It didn't make money. Uh, the ad revenue is inflated and also doesn't represent what the ads made. It represents how many people saw the ad, which it's social media. Anyone who's created content on social media knows that just because you have high views doesn't mean you had high interaction. Like some of my most viewed videos have lower likes and comments than some of my lesser viewed stuff. I mean, oftentimes my art videos, although have lower viewership, have higher subscribers. Like get more subscribers from them. Like consistently when I make a new model, I'll end up with like a couple here and there. I need to fix that actually. I'm glad this was shown to me. What I probably could do is just put a skin mask there. It's A, put a skin mask there, or B, use that same shading on the upper part of the arm. But oftentimes the answers do both. I do think one of the other things to note is that like the people who use AI art and claim to be an artist, it's very similar to someone who buys an asset off of Unity and just sells it as is, which we call asset flipping. Like, you didn't make the game, you bought the game. And there's nothing wrong with using a few assets from Unity and making stuff like with that stuff, but like if you're just flipping the asset, it's more like a cheap version of a realtor. You're not building the house. And I'm someone who's very much not a gatekeeper of the term programming. I think if you've programmed Hello World, you can say that you're a programmer. Say, I actually, not to shock and amaze you, believe that just because you buy a game, you would be surprised, but there are people who do feel as though because they bought the game, they have somehow contributed to its making. Well, you might not be surprised, but like, there is that type of person. That type of person is in existence. They hurt themselves in confusion, but no, because I remember I used to work for Blizzard Entertainment, and I went to GameStop and I was buying a game that Blizzard worked on. And I actually helped work the release of it. It was Overwatch. Like I didn't like help develop the game at all. I was a GM, so helping make sure the launch went smooth. Um, that being said, when I went to GameStop and I was buying it, it's like, oh hey, it finally like yeah. Um, the store employee asked me about like what I did. I was like, I worked for Blizzard, and then they're like, oh well, streamers make more money than you, and I'm like, okay. They also didn't make the game. Neither did I. But like, why is that even relevant? There's a lot of people who make more money than me. It's like also, it's like I it's like I was so confused because like I didn't go up to the thing and be like I worked for Blizzard and therefore I know everything about this game. They asked me like just casual conversations like, oh, what do you do? I was like, oh, I worked for Blizzard, and they got so defensive immediately. And like I was also finding it funny because I'm like, bro, you're not a streamer making that money, so I don't even know why you're using that as a defense. That's something like a streamer should say if their profession's under attack, not someone who watches streams. That is not your argument to make. Yeah, you know what? Okay, controversial opinion. Fake gamer girls don't exist, but fake gamer boys 1000% exist. Like the people who play the like NFL games or like only play Call of Duty. I'm like, I don't know if you're a gamer. I think you like sports, or I think you like Call of Duty, and it's okay. You like that franchise. But like, I find that girls play a larger variety of games when they are gamers than a lot of the guys. So like, if we're quantifying the quality of time you're spending on a game, girls have more experience with more systems, oftentimes in my experience. And yeah. Because have you ever tried talking about video games with someone who only plays sports games? It's impossible. Because all they're really talking about is sports. They don't tell me about the game systems. They don't, like, because I've tried to have conversations with them because I'm a nice person, but the conversation goes nowhere because they don't have anything to contribute. And I don't like talking at people. I want to talk with people. Ear tool. Um, I will say, but counterpoint, if you try to talk to a gamer girl about The Sims, they will explain every aspect of that game to you in full detail. They know absolutely everything about the game that they're playing. And I'm only arguing that in a world where we say that one group is the fake gamer, because, like, play games however you want. But if we had to pick one, I would like to keep the girl gamers who know a lot about a variety of games, or know a lot about the game system of the game they're playing, and not just sports statistics. Not to be a bitch about it, but to be a little bit of a bitch about it. I'm the femme version of the actually. That should work. Now, I will say that the fake gamer girl does. I have talked to some. I just have found it more common in guys than girls. Oh, speaking of which, I once went on this date, and this person saw that I was a gamer, so they were like, "Oh, I'm gonna put that I'm a gamer too on my my interests and stuff." And it's like, cool. And so we went out on a date, and I was like, wanted to talk to him about games. Do you know what game? The only game they knew about to this day, and it still drives me through the roof. They played Pac-Man like a decade ago. But that they were a gamer and really loved video games. The last game they played was Pac-Man, and it was over 10 years ago. Hadn't touched a game since. And not even, and no, if you're thinking, well, maybe they meant board games, they did not. They played one game, and that game was Pac-Man. And not the new versions of Pac-Man, classic Pac-Man, in an arcade. I was going on that date expecting to talk about games and like video game stuff because I I was a very avid cosplayer at that time, and it was very apparent by my dating profile that I was a cosplayer. Um, but yeah, I don't really have much to add to a conversation about Pac-Man. Other that like my headcanon for Pac-Man is that Mrs. Pac-Man and Pac-Man are the same person, and Pac-Man's just a gender fluid orb. He has multiple lives, and half of them are as our girl. They have multiple lives, and half of them are as a girl. No, but my sister loved Pac-Man, but she wouldn't call herself a gamer because that's the only game she played, and she's only played the arcade form of it. But anytime we went to an arcade, that's the game she hopped on. And like, yeah, my main thing was just like after looking at my dating profile, seeing that I'm a cosplayer, talking to me, saying that you're a gamer, and we go on a first date, and it turns out you played a game 10 years ago. Honestly, it's funny that it was Pac-Man, but it could have been anything. If you haven't touched a game in 10 years, what are you doing going out with an active cosplayer who is looking for other gamers? Which was on my profile, which is why I think he added it to his profile. Now that's gonna cause more issues. I know what I need to do. Go to pictures. And I want to take this arm and put it up. Okay, so what I need to do here is I just need to take either this entire underarm and make it closer to this shade, or I need to just like kind of make all the model like this one shade of color and like make it this shade so that way it blends in a bit more. Outfit, edit. Wait, actually, let's first go to, no, we need to do the outfit first. Edit, start editing. Listen, this model has had some unexpected issues with its body. Adi adi. Uh, inner top. I want to go to this section. So this stops here, but what if I brought it up? Oh, that was not the answer that I wanted. I need to undo because of the fact that this wasn't mirrored. This will fix a little bit of the issue. By connecting this section. Another thing I can do is make this section a lot smaller on the model. This is the multiply layer. Erase. We'll have these as separate sections here. Why is that cutting a hard angle? I don't know why that's cutting such a hard angle there. Oh, that's why. It's just another one of the challenges of working with a topographic map. Okay. think what I'm going to end up doing is, for the most part, making this all this one color, because it's just going to make my life easier. Go to the picture, see what it looks like now. Okay. So now if I take this section, it's because I'm morphing the body that it's doing this. As a side note, this isn't typically an issue of vroid models. It is with the way that I'm using it, though. Okay, I want to grab this. And first, I'm going to do this front side. I'm going to take it to about half the square, like that. Blur. Blur. I want to come down here, grab this. Okay, then I'm going to come in here, grab this color, the very edge, blur. Come up here, very edge, blur. You know what? I didn't mirror tool this, but that's okay. I'm actually going to use that to my advantage by closing this, going to picture, raising both arms, and seeing if it fixed comparatively. Like, am I getting better or worse? Wind. Reset. It's definitely getting better, but I think my best bet is to just make this all blend together and just not have the color variation on the underarm. I look disappointed. Which is fine. You can't even see the under part of the arm most of the times. Okay. Okay. Just need to be mirror tooled. Blend. Camera mode. Yeah, that's a lot better. Outfit. Edit. And although this is a pain to go back and do, I know it's even more of a pain to fix later, and that I won't want to fix it later. Because I barely want to fix it now. Erase. Make sure mirror tool's turned on. I'm gonna take some of the stuff that's in the back area off, because that just caused more complications. And then I'm gonna realize that section is necessary, and I'm gonna undo it. Oops. Exit. Close without saving. Check the arms raised again. I'm very glad I saw that. And I would call that fixed. Is it perfect? No. Is it better? Yeah. You won't see that from most angles, but you'll see it from enough of the angles that I wanted to fix it. I want to fix that gray skin right there. Other than that, I think we're good. I say for the like 8th time. Edit. Okay, the gray bit of skin is on this side. First erase that. There it is. I'm just gonna go ahead and bring this all the way down here. Exit. Is it perfect? 1000%. Yes. Also, for some reason, I act like I'm not in control of this model, and that if something's messed up, I can't prevent it. But I fully am in control of this model, and I could just avoid certain poses. Like, I rarely have my arms straight up. Like, even the pose I'm in now is one of my more frequent poses, and both arms are down. And in that regard, nothing's wrong with the underarm, because you can't see the underarm. So although it's not perfect and there's still things I want to fix about it, we're gonna say no. We're not gonna do that. We are gonna move on to the next step. Because this is also a holiday model, which means it's not gonna get promised juice after the holiday ends. Ballet. No, and I still did a good job with it. I do want to grab a picture of it like this. Because I might use that for like a photo edit. Yeah, I'd say this model's fine. Honestly, I might even use some more flat-esque shading. I'm definitely gonna want a very soft shadow map. Nothing too harsh. Harshest shading will be on the chest area, but like other than that. Okay. Helicopter. Oh, darn. I tried to spin it. Helicopter. Yes. I'm just gonna call it Bun, at least for this stage. I guess I had to exit out of the SDK at some point. I like to put it on every time my heart hurts. Itty bitty tiny skirt. I get to work. Check something. Okay. Dun 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 do 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 do. Now, note, I do sometimes stream on Friday, but I don't believe I will stream tomorrow, mostly because we're gonna try to do an extra long holiday stream like we normally do. And because Valentine's is a major holiday, we try to do a longer one for those. If I do stream, it'll probably be like doing art for like promo art stuff. I have itty bitty skirt, itty bitty teeny tiny little mini skirt. I like to put it on when my little heart hurts. Well, new location gave me maze. That's amazing. Pause for audio track laughter. Listen, it's the small things. A tornado blew around my. I need to find a new like song that I just use and fill in the blank spots because I have used that one song for so long. The a tornado blew around my room before you came. Excuse the mess it made. It usually doesn't rain. But it just has a really nice mouth feel. So I need to find another song that is just like in that very comfortable like range. And the funny thing is that's not the like way it's sung. It's just the way that I sing it. So it really could be any song I do that with. For a while there was the don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around? Me and you in soft and silence. But I feel that way. I I don't remember the lyrics. Listen when I say, 'cause when I talk to you, a Cupid walks right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it too? Confess I loved you from the start. Da 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 dum. Da 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 dum. Good. Speed up. Okay, let's go up to the button materials. Thank you. I want to find more songs that I can do in that very soft casual style. Just cause like they're easy to like, and it has to, I guess, just has, the problem though is that it has to be a song that I vibe with in that way. It can't just be any song. Like I wish I could do it with Sabrina. For some reason, Sabrina Carpenter's, it's probably because she sings a lot. They're just hard for me to sing because I'll always either end up over singing them or under singing them. When a lot of like her songs, the reason why they sound good has to do with her voice specifically. Oh wait, let me. Poyomi tune. Been doing. There we go. One of these is the top layer, one of them is the bottom. This one's the bottom. Cut out. So I'm hoping I can do it this way. It's possible that like I might not be able to do it this way. But I would like to take, which one is the one that I fixed? I guess I'll have to take them respectively anyways. Take 21 and 22. Control C. Move them over here. I'm hoping I can use these as color mats. So let's go ahead and see if that works out. I want the one on top. Gradient. You know, I probably could do it with a lot of LaFay's songs. I just only know, I think I've listened to like 2 of by her. I once knew how to sing a song in French in its entirety, and it was a pop song. It was part of like my vocal lessons. but that kind of information went in my ear and then never to be remembered again once I finished with the lesson. Fix now. It did work! Yay! That cuts down on my time. Okay. Cube map. Some of the like moments look really funny whenever I like turn it on because these are so outside of the box. The only things that like won't do that, they're like flash of like clip stuff, which makes it kind of funny. Uh, this should be the right one. It's weird how sometimes I get this like, you knew I was doing this? Blue. That worked too. The two options is to do gold or silver. I'm just gonna go ahead and copy a lot of these over. Scroll up. Skip that. Actually, no, we'll include that. Control C. I grabbed that because it has the silver matte cap that I like to use. Set this to blue. Okay, and then switch this to gradient. I'm gonna take this, hit copy, come over to this one and hit paste. Okay, that should copy and paste everything over correctly. '21. Fix now. So I could also see doing this. But I think the silver might look better. So I might leave the silver on for now, and we'll see as we make the other parts of the outfit. It is also possible that we go with ruby and do like a red on red. Let me select both, because I can do these both at the same time. Oh, I do actually kind of like the ruby more. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with the ruby. So like a dark red for the metal, and then like... Um... Okay, yeah, these two have the right mask. Other part will happen later. For the ears and the tail, switch to fade, additive, special, cubic map, gold, switch it to red, and then I want to come down to special, glitter, switch this to like 30, and squares, increase the size. So I like doing these as like Schwarzkey crystals. Do both of these at the same time because I put a crystal map on them. Two. This needs to be closer to red. Same with this. Okay. Now for a lot of this, because I used dark blue and uh, bright red, I'm able to just use some of the stuff that I've already put down. Okay, a model I did recently. Should actually have one of the things I'm looking for. I don't think it was in 2 Augusta. I think it was in this one. Yes, this is the right one. Select this. It should be this. I believe that's the right one. I know I won't be able to use its normal map for its body because the chest is shaped wrong. Normal map. Oh, whoops. I just realized something. Select all. Shading. I was like, why is this not appearing? That would be because it wasn't selected yet. Wait to have it clear so that way I can see what I'm clicking on. Okay, 10, 10. Twenty by 15. And then I want to come down to matte cap, gradient, fix now. And I'm going to turn the character around because the sun is not the right direction. Okay, come back to leggings, matte cap. We went gradient. And then I want to take this, and we're going to color pick from here. And then I'm going to move these to the center. Hey, and thank you. Happy Thursday to you too. Actually, it just hit Friday. Happy Valentine. No, wait, Valentine's is Saturday. Happy. Yes, tonight is February. I can guarantee that one. It is definitely February. Okay, take this, put this at 50%, take these edges, make them transparent. The goal that I'm trying to do is kind of have this be like a loose mesh. Yeah. Oh, tomorrow is Friday the 13th. Well, tonight is Friday the 13th for me too because it just hit midnight. I did not know it was Abraham's Lincoln's birthday. Uh, replace. Not replace. Mix. Okay. I want this to use a custom normal map. And the normal map I want it to use is a body map. And then I'm going to do this. Okay. So this is on the outsides. I want it to be on the inside. Something a little bit more like that. I don't want it to be that visible, so we're going to turn this down a bit. There we go. That's more the effect I was looking for. Another part that's going to be easy is this. Honestly, a lot of this shouldn't be too bad. Especially because of the amount of monochromatic I'm using. Two, two, not that. That works. We're just gonna leave it as that. And also my strategy worked. Using blue and red on the outfit is making it 1000% easier to like do the matte cap stuff. Because I have those as two color gates I can use. Bodysuit. The normal map is gonna have to be custom, but this part I can do. Matte cap, gradient. Oh wait, actually not this one. Cubic map, gold. Wait, that's not replacing that? What is that replacing? Oh, that's the shoe. Whoops. Same. And also, technically my birthday's not October, it's in July, but my birthday as a VTuber, kind of? Yeah. We made the account around then, but then we didn't start uploading videos until like almost November, December. I messed up on the normal the thing on this model, and every time I bob my head like forward and backward, I get mad. It's such a it's like a small error, but it's one of the first times I've made it. I had one of the colliders too low. And it only happens if I move like fast. But I figured out what that was too. I wanted to do the clear like stripper pole shoes or the click clock heels, the platform stilettos. And in order to do that, I needed two separate materials. And now I can make these translucent. Like that. I'm gonna take these down a bit because the black will make them more transparent. I just realized I'm gonna have to put I need to put a black piece down here on the bottom of the heel because yeah, let me just fix that real fast. That's a funny error. Could you imagine if that's how glass shoes were made? If like the bottom of it also was clear? My bottomless heels. Outfit. It's not a difficult fix, especially because it's on the shoe. Because my shoe is all one texture, so edit, start editing. Erase. What does this do? Okay, so what I'm gonna need to do I have to come up with a different solution for that heel. I mean, one solution would be to do like a red down here. Okay, hide this. They made this heel hollow, which is causing me some issues to do the heel the way I want. Doing that can get a lot of it. I'm curious why I can see through the bottom part of my foot. Yeah, that's the bottom of my foot. I can get rid of that with a skin mask, though. I don't think I'll have to, because it's gonna be hard to see it once I do this. It does mean the type of clear I can do is limited, but that's also fine. Export SFIX. We're just gonna have a red heel. So we're gonna switch this to cubic map. Gold. Or matte cap. Silver. Gradient. Full replace. And then I need to pull up my Finder window, grab the shoe fix, pull it in here, That way I can replace the texture. Oh, as a side note, speaking of Valentine's on Saturday, because it's a holiday, we do stream every holiday. We also stream on Saturday typically, but special thing about our holiday streams is we use a holiday themed model, and they tend to be a lot longer. So, if you are free at some point during Valentine's, feel free to pop by and say hi. Where is the shoe? That works. That's still pretty much the effect I wanted. I just had like some limitation on there. Okay. Now where's my bodysuit? Because if that's the shoe, here it is. We gonna do map cap. Actually first cube map. Switch this to gold. Now it's ruby. And then I need this as the normal map, as the color mask. Fix now. Okay, so it won't work for this part because apparently there's a little bit of red in the bodysuit. That's fine. All that means is I have to select the heart in a program. Open. Okay. Assets. Augusta 2. And then I need to grab selection, Control C, Control V. That away. File. Save as. Raise by materials. And we're just gonna call this heart. So note to self, if I'm gonna use the matte cap blue-red strategy, it has to be very, very blue and very, very red. And the bright versions of those, not the darker. Now. There you are. Fix. That should have a stronger reflection tint, but it doesn't. So we're gonna not use that. It might be because it doesn't have a normal map on it yet. Do. Gradient. Fix now. Oh wait, maybe that was it. Although I do like how that color is. So we probably won't use the ruby. Oh, the ruby's also nice. I think this one has a more mature look to it. And I might want to use the cubic map for the other part of the outfit. Okay. Select off this, Control C, Control V. Control C, Control V. I want to do filter, effect, normal map. Hit OK. Filter, effect, normal map. Hit OK. And then I want to go grab this one. Then Control C, Control V. I do think I like that. So Control C, Control V. Select. Why is that not flipping it? Oh, that's why. Maybe. No, it's just simply not flipping it. Inverse selection, maybe? Yep, for some reason it's just not working on that. Control C, Control V. Grab this. Well, that worked. I think this will work as a normal map. Yeah, I don't think I don't think I should worry about that. I was gonna smooth out that bottom section, but I don't think it'll be enough of an issue that I'll need it. Okay. Where's the heart? Normal map. There it is. Fix now. Normal map. Two. Two. What if I do 4 and 4? 5 and 7. Close this. Special. Glitter. Scroll down. Masking. Then I want to switch this to square. Kind of just to maintain the Ruby effect. 200. That's way too many. Okay, I want to go down here. Custom normal map. And I want this to use this. And I'm gonna set 5 and 5. It looks like that's not actually working. Oh, that's because I don't have it on actually replacing. So on the top one, I'm gonna put that crystal effect. And I think on the bottom one, I don't think this is. Oh, it's using the cubic map. Oh no, that's on the thing. And go to this one. I do want this to have render off. I don't want both of them to have render off. Only one. Okay, now for the harder part. First off, I kind of want to see if this face that I made earlier will actually just work with this one. Because the faces are similar. It looks like the answer is no on that. Oh wait, that was because that was part of a normal map. Never mind. I mean, part of a different material. I need to go to eyelashes. Wait, not this one. Cut out. Set this one to fade. Switch it around. Wicked Witch. Fade. There we go. That's not bad. I might leave it as that for now. Okay, but I do want both the body and the chest plate. Specialize. Glitter. $200. I do think I want to use the square, because I just like how square glitter looks better. And paint. Looks like there's still a cut there, but I don't think I can do too much about that. Okay. Let's go back to the bodice. And we're gonna take matte cap, gradient, fix now. And I want to mask, alpha, flip, add I'm going to switch this to a super dark blue. And this ever so slightly. There we go. Now fix the eyebrows. Let's do the hair. Check this alpha map over. Matte cap. Gradient. Fix now. Replace. Mix. Gradient. Okay. Let's go to these two sections. Should have at least be 2, possibly 4. I think I like 2 the most. Yeah, I like 2 the most. I think that's it for the hair. The body's normal map has got to be super simple, otherwise it's not going to work. Okay. First up, I want to do the face real fast, because the face is one that I know a little bit more of how I want it to go. And for the face, I have to use this. Because I need to export the makeup. Export. I'm just going to export these all into color, which is a folder I have that has like a lot of my guides in it. Red MK. And then I must drag it over. Apparently, Clip Studio, file, open. You'll see what happened that I have to fix real fast. Select, flip, hit OK. File, save. Now it should be fixed. Okay, I'm gonna do matcap, gradient, drag this over, the alpha, okay, I'm gonna want to use one of my reds. I'll use this red because it already has a little bit of the structure I need. Fix now. Fix now. We've got this one, same. Okay. I also want to use this for a glitter map. Special, glitter. Set this to alpha. And don't want to do that. Let's see. Where's imith? Control C. Control V. I could maybe try to do like heart glitter. Shape. That might be difficult. More than that. Not 1,000. Let's try 30. 30 doesn't work. 70. And let's do them in squares of 4. I don't think the heart's just gonna transfer at all. Oh, wait, this doesn't include the lip. Export. LP. LPM. Save. Too bad I can't have multiple masks for the one thing. And now I don't think if I move this and save it over this, it's gonna save properly. Okay, that is how it's shaped. But I can do it this way. And now it's gonna include the lip. Oh wait, these needed to be separate. Because the matte cap over here is using that same thing. But doing it this way, I can get it to work. There we go. And then I'm also going to drag this over. Cube map. Gold. Switch it to ruby. Masking. LP, where are you? Alright, LPM. Mask. Fix now. Alpha. Actually, I kind of like how the red looked. Yeah, I'll just use the red. Drag this down to half replace. Kind of like it to be a gloss. Okay. I think that's largely what I want from that. And I think the next part that needs to be done is the hardest part, which is the normal map for the body/chest. Square, turn this up. 100. Cube map. Oh, don't set to place. Add. And then I'm going to take this crystal map and set it here. Like that. And then go to the other shoe part. And we want to do cube map. Switch this to add. Reduce it by a lot. Let's do a matte cap on top of this 2 gradient. Use this one. Fix now, and then I want to take these ends and switch them to like a super, super dark blue. Fix now. Slight replace. Slight add. Just so they're more visible in the darkness. Kind of give them more of like a patent leather kind of vibe. Okay. So I know I'm gonna pretty much have to do the normal map from scratch, but let's see how from scratch I need to do it. Because honestly, flat shading on the body feels like the easiest/best answer, but who knows? Okay, let's rotate you half in light, half in dark. Okay, that's not terrible. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible. Okay, we want to take... Actually, let's go ahead and direct open it from here. bun, and then we want the textures for bun. Open. So the key part that I need to focus on is the center part, and then the edges here. Okay, it's like, where did this go? So I want to drag this over here and use it as a guide. I just need the top part. Bump and hole. Draw pad. Okay. So the central part is going to be shaded like hole. First off, I want to color select this blue. Then I want to go to this one. New layer. And for this first layer, I'm just gonna coat everything in blue. Okay. This. New layer. This needs to be on its own layer. Uh, Color history. And these will need to be dragged out quite a bit. Because they should exist as a gradient. Okay. Then I'm gonna blur this. I'm gonna file, save as. I want to take this to the materials, and we're gonna just call it Bob NM. Bob normal map. And before we do anything on it, we're just gonna drag it over and see what it looks like. Do. Where is... There it is. So far, so good. Back to this. We want to hide this. And this part is the slightly more challenging part. Because what I need to do is kind of flip this shading a bit. So I'm going to come back to here, and I'm going to color select a few colors. Okay, first color I need is this one. Back to this. I kind of want to shade almost all of this lower part in this color. I'm also going to do a new layer. This is going to be the lower part of that. And I messed that up. Because this should be reversed. So lower part of this is going to be dark blue. And I'm going to drag this to go below the heart. This side, which is the bright pink. I can already tell I'm probably going to have to export this more than once. that. I won't get these perfect on the first try, but we will just go ahead and just see how we did. File, save. Noting that some of that's not even visible. That versus this. I'm going to turn bunny again, more towards the light. Yeah, that works out. Okay. And then I have one more thing I want to do. And this is a censorship thing because I'm noticing a slight issue. Of how one area could be misconstrued, so I'm gonna double up outfit, tops, edit, inner top, down to this, and I'm gonna come over here, and I'm gonna take a black, just I want to kind of just like black out the inside part here. Just because I could see it being an issue. Before that happens. There we go, now it's blacked out. Just a little bit more black. Right there. Take this. There we go. Just a little bit more. And there. Okay. Export. That. This window. File. Open. I want to go to the textures. Open. Do. I accidentally hit open. I meant to hit just the color section. This should have been the right section. There we go. And then I want to take actually I probably could just do that. First, file, save, yes. Let's see how that worked. And it added the black. Just some good old-fashioned anime style censoring. I don't think I need to really mess too much with most of that. Okay. I still see some, like, things I could adapt differently, but I think that's fairly good. And I might be in a leave well enough alone until I export and see if it truly needs a lot of adapting. 5 and 5. This and this. No, this one's definitely fade. These I do like to have the back culled. It helps prevent clipping issues. Okay, got that. My heart gems are done. Let's go bun. I want you to open your mouth. Okay. There we go. Clip Studio. I can exit out of this. File. Open. Bun textures. I want to go inside the mouth. Open. Actually, I don't think I will do anything with the tongue there. File. Save as HTG for heart tongue. HGTV. Fix now. Mask. Fix now. Alpha. It's a small birthmark. Cube map. Add. Face. Close the mouth. Reforger, NEB plugin. Fun. Copy my blend shapes. Yay. Face now has my blend shapes. Ba 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 ba. My OBS, my face tracker started lagging, so I need to pull up the program directly. Otherwise, I was going to keep on doing that. I want you, I want you, I want. I'm a little trinket girl, I want you. You do 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 do. Yeah. Delete their bones. I think these actually might have bones in them. Okay, no, they didn't put bones in it. Which is good because it doesn't need bones. Yeah, no bones. Remove the bones. Remove bones. Remember to debone your VTuber. Remove all of their insides with their bones. And then input new bones. Input the new bones deep. Okay, all bones have been removed from my model. Listen, I'm just surprised they let me show boning like on stream. Can you believe it? I'm just allowed to bone whenever I want. It's not even blurred. They show the full boning process. I will say it's even funnier given like this model. Because we're gonna like, bone the boobs as well. Listen, censorship be damned, that was worth using the correct word. I mean, I guess I could say bone bob. I'm gonna bone both the bobs. Great, now I forgot where this one goes. I'm just gonna call it coal for now because I don't know where it goes. Capsule. This isn't even close to the right spot. hips, spine. Rotate this by 90 degrees. I appreciate that you guys appreciated that one. I go back and forth on how much I can get away with on stream. Like, what will it allow me to say? Because sometimes I've been over, like, monitored. And I blame AI, because AI can't tell, like, crap. So, like, a lot of the censorship smaller channels get is because an AI flagged it, not because a person flagged it, or that it got reported. They like to claim it's because of that, but there's no way they have enough people to be watching that many streams at one time. Because they would never pay that many people. And I feel confident in saying that. Yeah, it is weird. I'm wondering if because this body is so weirdly shaped, if it actually might get by some of the AI sensors that normally like stop me immediately. CHS. I have also noticed on YouTube, uh, just to point it out, I have been getting a little bit suppressed. So if you notice you don't see my videos for a while, uh, please go look. I promise I'm still uploading. I upload daily, once at like 6 a.m. EST and again at 12 p.m. EST. Empty capsule collider. This a little farther forward than past. No, okay, so here's a funny thing. Um, I have gotten um like a TOS flag for not even showing any like cleavage. But the other day, I was watching Iron stream a T for teen game, and the coverage came down to here. And I'm like, I'm personally fine with that. But if I were to do that, I would get flagged so fast. Like, I would have my account insta-banned. Because, like, my problem isn't necessarily TOS. I can follow terms of service. But my problem is how unevenly it's applied, especially to smaller VTubers. And don't get me wrong, a lot, not some, but a many a VTuber claims a false TOS like abuse because they know it's a problem, which is annoying because it makes it hard for the rest of us. Because sometimes they're like, it was just an ASMR stream, meanwhile having ASMR smecks. I'm like, it wasn't just ASMR that you got banned for. It was a specific type of ASMR you got banned for, and you know it. Stirring macaroni in a pot on stream. You know better. Or maybe you don't. The only way you're gonna get away with stirring macaroni in a pot on stream is if you actually show the macaroni. Oh yeah, the IRL streams. No, I used to send in like flags because like I would have one of my clips appear next to some R-rated content, and I'm like, my content is targeted towards adults, but the site is PG-14 on both platforms as a just a general rule. That's why they're allowed on the App Store. So like it is very weird to see that next to my PG-14 content next to yeah. Let's see. Also, guys, I've been streaming for like 5 hours, but I'm at a point where I'm like, if I don't finish this model's gonna be my short content as well. So I kind of need to just finish this model. And this model's way closer to being done than I am to finishing another project. So we just gotta finish this. As for the aforementioned, I post 2 shorts a day. And some people might think that I am a VTuber for the sense of popularity. But actually, I'm a VTuber because it's more comfortable for me. Because when I was a flesh tuber slash flesh streamer, I actually was growing way faster. Because I am what? Decent looking. No, it's because I did sexy cosplays. That's fully why. No, I feel it because it is actually easier for people to connect with an IRL face than it is a cartoon. There's a thing called Leandri's shortfall, or Linnea's shortfall. And basically, the further away something is from human, the less likely people are to connect with it. And it's one of the reasons why we have a shortfall of information, which is where it gets its name, for like things like spiders, amoeba, etc. But we have more information for like large mammals. Okay. This is skull. Sphere. Okay. Create empty. This is FP1. A little bit shorter. A little bit even shorter than that. A little bit less wide. Move it just a tad bit more forward. Control C, Control V. Click this. 90-degree rotation. Back just a little bit more. Wider. Slightly longer. Back just a tad bit more. Okay. So let's go ahead and get started on the hair. Create empty. Bongs. Oh, I guess that's how we're spelling bongs today. Because I don't feel like correcting it. Oh my god. I could see some of my models being an OCD person's nightmare. Just being like, hey, Mr. Person with OCD, one of the files in this software program is misspelled. And not in a, like, could be right spelling way, like in an atrocious spelling way. It's like I put one of the files spelled backwards in the folder and then just close it and export. And just for the chaos. No, okay. Sometimes I've not been the nicest person, and I was doing a thing at like a volunteer like camp thing, and it was a volunteer camp thing for like underprivileged youth, and I was working with another volunteer, and we were doing this thing where we had to fold these brochures up, and I did something really mean because the other person with me had OCD, and I said, "Hey, you know this large box?" Because we had filled up a few boxes. It's like, hey, in one of these boxes, I actually put it in upside down. I did see it affected her way more than I thought it would. And I was like, I actually didn't. And then she didn't believe me, so I just took one of the brochures from a stack, flipped it the correct way. I was like, no, look, I didn't do that. Like, it's because sometimes when people say they're OCD, and you shouldn't call people on that, but that they're not actually OCD. They're just being a little bit of a jerk. This person was actually OCD, and I felt very bad afterwards. I made it up to her, but like, it is still kind of funny. I had to check my face charger. My cat is looking at me like the audacity, but I had to push him away from getting on my desk. He's like, you didn't know what I was gonna do. And it's like, yes, I do. You're reaching your paw out for the desk. That doesn't mean nothing. He's gonna go pout now. Because he totally did not want to get on the desk. He just wanted to see what his paw would feel like when it's on the desk. That was him meowing from the bathroom. He has many complaints about the way that I did not let him on the desk. And so he's meowing from the bathroom because he knows that oftentimes I'll get up and then he'll run to where he wanted to go. But I have learned his game and I'm not getting up. Yeah. He's very upset with me because I didn't let him on the desk. He's gonna probably come back in here and meow at me. I want you to know that, so my cat, when we got him, was too hoarse to meow. I think his other owners were not very good to him. So like when he was a very young kitten, he just couldn't meow properly. Actually, just not at all. But he can now meow very well. But he's still used to whenever he couldn't meow very well. Siri, that wasn't for you. But he's still used to the fact that he couldn't meow. So now he meows a little bit extra loud. And if I don't react to it, he's like, oh, it's a volume problem. So he meows louder. But I can't be mad at it because he used to not be able to meow. So like I'm glad you feel better, buddy, but why are you weaponizing it? Okay. No, it's not this one. It's 11? Yeah, 10. Not 10. 9. 8. 7. Not 7. 6. And 5. Yeah. He did recently get over a cold. He still has like a little bit of a rattle in his chest, but he's not sick anymore. He's just being a little bit of a bitch. Because he's used to the treatment he was getting while he was sick. So now he wants to still get he wants all of the sick treatment without the sickness. Okay, let's drag everything down. He's wallowing next to me now. I'm scratching him with my left hand while I drag bones with my right. Where's my upper chest? Oh, I don't think I made it upper chest. I did not. That's my draw pin, buddy. No, you can't have it. He is an only child, though, so he's used to getting like a lot of things that he wants, so he's very spoiled. And codependent. Uh, UCH. Come down here. There we go. Zero, 1. Three, 0, 4. Get rid of 1. Create empty. We're gonna call these ears. Add magic cloth, bone cloth. Rabbit ear. Rabbit ear. Switch bone cloth to bone spring. think I want to try soft spring, maybe. I think I should have a tail somewhere. There it is. Minus, minus. I do want to make sure to limit distance. Okay, these get accessory with a little bit of gravity. This gets long hair. World. Speed. For force. There should be a wind somewhere. I'm gonna make wind have more influence than what it normally does. Put it at 3.8. Okay. Front hair. Reduce. Influence. Half the influence. Front hair. Zero gravity. Very little influence with wind. I won't be able to check that until I put it in Unity. Create empty. This is for Bob's. Add magic cloth. Bone cloth. And I am going to set this to... I'm going to set to soft spring first. Save. And let us hit play. Oh, my soul has jumped up underneath the desk and onto the lap. You may be on lap, as long as you do not knock my things off my desk. I need my things. I don't know if anyone else has a cat, but does your cat also like to grandstand on your lap? Because my cat doesn't want to sit on my lap. They want to stand on my lap. So I have to push his butt down so that way he actually sits. He wants to be more in my way so that way he gets more pets. He's like, oh, no, you can't reach your controller. Isn't that a shame? I guess you should just pet me. Your hands were gonna go this way anyways. I'll post a picture of my cat sometime on the YouTube page. Oh, I guess I can also put it on X and Bluesky. If I sit still enough, which is rare because I have ADHD, but when I do sit still, he likes to sit on my lap while I do my edit stuff, and he'll fall asleep. Because when I'm making models or when I'm editing is one of the only times where I sit like kind of still because I'm so like focused in. Plus times like this, whenever I'm waiting on a load bar, so both hands are free for scratches. Double scratch. Infinite scratch no jutsu. Oh no, Soul, the pets are about to stop. It's at 1,308 out of 1,311. You're almost out of scratch time. I used to have, I mean, I guess I still do. I have a little like cat model that I used to put on my head that would represent when my cat was on my lap. Okay. Hide les bones. Oop. That is some loud purring, buddy. The ears need to be changed. Well, for one, this is tail. Let's see. Limit noise ratio. Collider collision. World inertia. World rotation speed. Teleportation mode. Local inertia. Oh, that's what I can do. What I can do, I should be able to take this fixed movement, make sure that's fixed, exit, back, save, hit play. Sometimes that doesn't work for the ears. Boom. I don't like that they're moving up and down from that spot. I don't necessarily mind the left to right, but I want them to move more like that. So let me try another thing. Instead of setting them to that, let's set them to tail, because the base of the tail isn't supposed to move. So maybe that will help. And I'll go ahead and set this to tail. Save. Play. Scene. It got worse. It got worse and better at the same time. I do kind of like how it's moving. Like, just not from the axis. Okay, that's all painted right. Rotation, update animate linkage, animator linkage, stabilization. Um, can I go do this and put head? Okay, it's gonna be at the top of hair. There it is. Make sure that's right. Yeah. Okay. That might help. Well, now they're not moving at all. Ears. I'm just gonna switch this to none. I wonder if I limit distance to that, if that will fix it. we are at the point where if this doesn't fix it, instead of hitting the stop and play button, we'll mess around with the settings while in play, and even though they'll reset when I hit the stop button, I need to know what it is that's causing that to happen. Okay, now they're moving. And they're still wiggling. So it is just I need to limit the distance to 0. Ears. I'm going to set this back to tail. Limit distance. And on this one, limit distance. I don't mind if the bunny tail moves a little bit. Okay, and then where did I put the boob? What did I even do the chest yet? Oh, there it is. Okay. This one is... I kind of want to see what it looks like if I set it to tail. Save. Because they're probably going to move a lot. Yeah. Something tells me that is not the appropriate physics for that. Okay, let's set it for soft spring. Oh, we had it for soft spring. Let's set it for hard spring. Stiffness, gravity. Distance stiffness. So with soft spring, it didn't do anything. Ah, this is on the wrong thing. Uh, that's why it wasn't doing anything. Ooh, squeeze the face. My cat is trying to get on the desk again. He said I almost got there. Okay, I kind of want to see what it looks like with that almost anime level of jiggle physics. Honestly, it might be a little bit more than anime level jiggle physics. New mod. Poison up. Poison. Poison. I had to Google it because for some reason that didn't look like it was the correct spelling for poison. I was like, wait, is that... It just for some reason didn't look right, but it was correct. So we have that. Go ahead and Wordo, set up character, create. Hit OK. I like to check the bones just in case. Because sometimes when I create character, it for some reason will undo my bones. Okay, my bones are all oriented correctly. Okay. Now I need to go into the model file and lock in all the materials. Do 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 do. Lock in. Oh, I didn't do the eyes. That's an easy fix. I don't think this had a normal map on it either, but I don't think it needs one. Because it is kind of just flat shaded. Still find it funny how like whenever it's locking in, it highlights all of the like the skeleton of the model in blue, and it keeps on leaving out the bobs. I want you, I want you. I didn't make the bobs in this model that I'm currently using that jiggly because like in my mind, because it's like Sailor Scout-esque, it's kind of a harder like material, like a more of a plastic. And that's what people come to VTubing for, realism. Okay, this does need this. matte cap. Fix now. I want to fully replace. Oh gosh. I kind of want this to highlight the pink more than the red. Now, it's very lesbian pride flag. I mean the color choice. Because they just have the multi shades of like pink. And I think it's actually pink and red. I still hate the gay flag because it's Colgate. It's fully just Colgate. Every time I see the gay pride flag, I'm like, that's just Colgate. Why is toothpaste gay now? No, because like the lesbian versus gay flag is very pink is for girls, blue is for boys. It feels very binary for the LGBT. Because that's what the LGBT is known for, conforming. Let's see. Okay, these are locked in. Go through these. Okay, this through this can all be locked in. The eyes, I still need to drag over the normal maps for those. This, I think we'll just lock this in. Okay, these. Actually, no, I don't want to drag that over. So I have something very specific I want to do with this. And that's why we're saving it for last. First of all, I need the eye highlight. So instead of cutout, I want to set this to fade. And then I need to go to Clip Studio. like to hide everything that isn't the heart. Actually, I'm gonna keep something shown so I can actually see the heart. Okay. Convert this into a raster layer. And then I want to take an eraser I don't need the confounds of that. Yes, roster. So you have vector layers and raster layers. The biggest difference to think about when thinking of roster and vector. My face charger's about to die. I mean, my face tracker's about to die. I gotta switch it. But the biggest difference between roster and vector layers is a roster layer is one that has basically curves, and a vector layer is one that is more angular. That is my best understanding. There we go. I still haven't bought other chargers for my iPhone, so my new phone that I got. I only have one charger for it, and oftentimes I leave it in the bedroom on accident. Oh, yeah, no, I do say Rasta. Like Rastafarian layer. You didn't mishear. I missaid. But I missaid on purpose. I need to delete. I want it to basically just be the heart and the edge of the heart for the thing I want to do. I'm actually just doing this with my mouse. Sometimes I use a draw pad. Other times I'm like, yeah, mouse is good enough. Especially for something like this where it's like a very simple motion I'm doing. And it's not as bad if I mess up on something. Okay, hide this layer. File. Save as. Bun materials. LGIMAP. Back to this. Okay, I would like to take special. We haven't used this in a while. Emission. Emission mask. Fix now. Hi here, bud. Fix now. Let's try this one. Fix now. Enter out. There, like, the speed at which this moves is either like super fast or super slow. And by that I mean like Unity. Okay, I do want it to go like this. I think that works. But I'm gonna put it at 9.3. $100. Use base color. Okay, and if this is going to 2.7, I need to reduce it to like a 1.6, and if that's at 1.6, this needs to go to 1.9. Just to make sure it can be shown. Lock in. I also didn't think about this, but I need to unlock these two. Because I just now thought of it. Unlock. I don't need this. I need special. Glitter. Switch this to square. And then I would like to use this one. Use red. There we go. And then this one, unlock, shading, special glitter, masking rotation, this, set to this, square, set this to 100, make this smaller, lock in. I hear, buddy. Your complaints have been registered with the complaint department? If I could do it, I mean, I guess I could maybe with a noise gate, but have a have like a VTuber model that only responds to my cat's meows. They don't meow enough. But if they did, I would set them up a little buddy that was noise gated just for their like pitch. And every time they meowed, the buddy would open the mouth and be like meow as well. And then you could have a role on the VTube stage. Mr. Soul. Make him a little Digimon style VTuber model. Oh, lock these in. Okay, now let's check. Up. Lock in. Okay, let's see. Lock in. It's almost ready for export. One last pass through to make sure everything's locked, because it's so annoying if it's not. Locked, 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 locked. Take a shot every time I say lock, lock, lock. Lock, 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 lock. My condolences. Okay. Ward out, switch to active mode, build. Beyond all measures of what should happen, we finished it in one stream. Yep, thanks for streaming, coming by stream. Sweet dreams. I got that message very delayed. I see the timestamp says 10:36 or 2:36 a.m. and it's 2:46 a.m. I apologize. I am also off to the bed once I finish this, I want you, I want you. Pull up Wardo. Because that should be almost finished with the build. You know, if it doesn't finish the build, if it finishes with the build before, I might drag it over and also use it on the VTube side. But I think it'll be fine. Did I start stream thinking I would be streaming until 3 a.m.? No, I did not do that. But here we are, once again. Da, 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 da. No, I just lost track of time. It helps that I was making progress. If I'm making progress on something, it's so easy for me to lose track of time. I've been streaming long enough that my face tracking is starting to lose fidelity. Okay, build is manifesting. I can exit that. Oh, I never exit out of vroid. Dragging it over to characters. Yeah. It's me, but different. We just need, there you are. I just wanted to see how it would look with the inertia. Okay, let's switch this from this to walk. Cover girl, put that bass in your walk. That's a loud bass in the walk. Set from direction. There might be a little bit too much bass in that walk, if you ask me. More like a thud. Yeah. But here's what I'm curious about. Let's set them to stand still. Okay. Pull up my face tracker for the other computer. So it's not that much with my face tracking turned on. It's just a lot for movement. Like, but if I'm just moving my face tracker, it's actually not that bad. Do. It's definitely physicsed. They're definitely animated. No one can say that they don't have physics currently. So I'm thinking though, for this one where the jiggle physics are a little bit extra, what I might end up doing is keeping this one for face tracking purposes, and then making one with a little bit less in the jiggle department for like stream. That would go like on the streaming computer. Well, yeah, this one would be for the streaming computer. The other one would be for like animated dances. I do want to see the eyes. Uh, and then. Face tracking is tracking. Yes, this model is ready. I mean, it's ready for like face tracking. It's not ready for like animation. Unless I want to get every TOS mad at me at one time. In which case it's very ready. I mean, I could just let it. I mean, I don't think it would be that bad. I mean, it feels like it's not that bad right now, but animation. Let's just remind myself like what it looked like. Oh wait. Actually, ironically, with this movement, it's not that bad. Or maybe it's just not really bad when I have facial animation active. I mean, that's pretty bouncy. Definitely would knock someone out with that. I just need to turn the spring power probably down. I think that will fix it. Still, I say that, like, it's right for face tracking, it's just wrong for animation. So I'll make a second version for the animation that is a little less bouncy. My categories. But I do like how it looks. Want to see the shoes? Oh, the shoes are like not animated well. But I kind of expected that. Let's see if I use a different walk animation. Okay, if I use this walk animation, the heels are animated better. But it also bounces the chest more. But okay. With that being said, I will do that off stream. So, me close up. I'd like to take this moment to say thank you to everyone who came by. Stupid dip. I'd like to take this moment to say thank you to everyone who came by. You guys are all amazing, making small streams possible. Thanks everyone who subscribed. Again, it really helps out. If you haven't liked the video, if you could go ahead and do that. Thank you very much, and I can't wait to see you next time. Till then, see you then, which will be Valentine's. So, goodbye, sweet dreams, good evening, good morning. And my cat also is saying bye.